Atemo mana paro nuni ndalo ane olich no lich wan be no miel kendo no enjoy mana kaka Gen Z masani bende enjoy ni ok no yot iwinjo ngoma kaka nikelo mano iluongo ni Kiwiro Boys gin ema giwero Agnes kanyo iwinjo gi 19 aparo ni konyuola ne jegni 2.5 kama 1953 wachwado miel ma ok riot kamano wadhi mbele. Wewe ok yot Kiwiro Boys ok yot winjo kaka onyono ngoma nitie rhythm gita kanyo nitie bass gita kanyo be iwinje nitie bul to nitiere bende rhythm nitiere lead guitar to gi jawer ok yot winjane. Basi nyikwara moge ajwang' sa aneno kodonje wang'e tadwa rwako mokwongo adwa ni the Luo Girl omuswane kore kadwa ng'ato wacho ni kaka sechako dhialo mine gi nyimine wa kawuono gi wende mamit kik wiya wil mokagoyo miluongo ni Born Smart Migori Superstars kora paro mane madwa rwako go the Luo Girl to gi the Philosopher erokamano the Luo Girl in ka jogi winjo duondi wachane musane jogi rwakane jogi musane jogi kaito iwene the Philosopher.
Oimore uru omo kimbele ka ne jogo moselogin machiegni uru e program wa ma kawuono. I am the Luo Girl.
Thank you so much the Luo Girl. Thank you so much the Luo Girl. Kut inka muswane musane jogi mondi.
Telo. Leonard.
Aber baba, aber. Kawuono DJ na okelo wiye. Winjo gik motimo kawuono.
Oneno otero mani ancestors. 1952 chal machon.
Owacho ni kabuk.
Chal mana 1844.
Owacho ni kabuk dwa somo nondik 1949 to kara koro wago thumbe ma 1950 ko.
Kore ka giwinji sounds mane ng'amondiko buk winjo.
Correct, erokamano. Musane jogi.
Amoso nyikwa Ramogi. Amoso kabisa inying Ramogi ajwang'. Erokamano kuom bet ka. Nun ka kodwa. Nun nyalo bet kamoro amora e pinyni ingom. nyalo bet kamoro amora lakini un kodwa ka. Wago erokamano kuom mano, kendo erokamano maduong' ahinya. Luo to e ohalawa, Luo is our business. Luo e ngimawa. Luo e chako, Luo e giko. Kendo wamor kodo, kendo wamako gi lwetwa 10. Kwachako sani kapok wasomo kodu, wamor kawuono wan gi mine be duondewa mag gwar gi, duondwa marudho gi. At least kawuono nyalo winje duond moko mayom machal Raymond, kung'e Raymond, machal blanket mar Raymond. To maka ohalawa, wayawo ohala 24/7. Luo is our business and we're open for business 24/7, 365, 366, 367. Erokamano ahinya. Welcome. Aduokni go telo.
An koro kawuo mang'eny, an aketo mana nitie jawinjo mokwayo ni kakichake no koro yawna mana pap kapok uwuoyo to wacho na ketnu mana ma.
Iwololo adisi paro chanae agombo neno berana. Jaidonga kecho mami sama chako ero lando. Bosi mati nyero koda nyamisungu koda wange. Nyaka no iromo koda nyako nikasongo sayero. Jadukayo ere yo makela idala pimi ni oseroma. Nyaka no itoyo denda nyathigi mediana kia. Ijenero chunyo yeri bonsi matengi mana. Ijeni ni ochemo dhiera e Afrika nyano seyombo. Basinayo deseme nyiri penje gwengwa bonsi mato seduogo. Esi masobire koso bini nyiro sepondo. Chak miela mielie kodi mostimi nyani donge beyo. Romnaol nyaga tiena dikure luthura ero nyandobo. Bijani karango tieka kelo paro mayore. Wangi ni tarumo chutho maramu gombo dino kasongo. Adisi wetu makowi to poko tieka nyuolana. Anyuolayo Yusupa ero maro rumo simatero sekodo. Yehova kano chunya polo toleka oro kuom lando. Oningo jomi gori oriti adhiambo gigo chano ruo. Menya, omenyo, toko nini kedo
basi nyikwara mogi koro ochopo kare. Dholuo makare wacho ni ochopo e nyiende. Koro wadwa yawe. To nikech kawuono, just a second, we akaw mic machielo nyada. Basi aparo ni mano koro mama wuoyo koro wuoyo maber. Koro wadwaro rwako The Luo Girl kawuono madwa somonwa bugni. Ka en chieng'no ma watimo the third episode, nikech nwachake tich abich moro mapiny cha. Koro nyikwara mogi ajwang', an arwako jogo man ka duto mobiro kawuono e winjo ni to wach Luo Girl ni wawache ang'o. Kaka watimoga, wasomo tok somo no kende, nikech gimwang'eyoga ni joluo gin jomohero buk. Unyalo bet ot to usomo. To nikech ukawoga thuolo to ubiro ka, taparo ni weche gi bedga mamit ka koro wachambua weche gi, ka koro wadonje matut. Nikech samoro bende owuok ga story misomono, to donje wach moro mar ngima ma kawaida ma wantiere go ma samoro chandowa. Koro ok en ga gima street, ne en mana somo bugno. To kose some to ni mane kaka en. Mano tang'e ne en gima ng'ata ng'ata nyalo timo e ode, kata kamoro amora mentie. Koro omiyo wan ga gi siso kabisa, kendo amor ahinya ka uweyo gigo duto ma utimoga kendo ubiro budho kodwa ka sama wasomo The Luo Girl. To The Luo Girl kawuono isome gi The Luo Girl herself. To uchambuzi bedo led gi kata kaka koro wawuoye e matut mar bugno, to kod weche moko motudore gi buk, to kod ngima, to kod wach nyathi manyako, mar nyathi jaluo manyako madongo. Nikech bugni no ochakre ka nyathi onyuol, to ka nyathi onyuol no ok okete ni nyathi manyako. But kaka wadhi some mbele, kaka wadhi kode mbele ka wasome, to koro odwa dhi wuok maler, to dhi wacho, koro dhi chako wach nyathi manyako, kaka nyathi manyako ne dongo e piny Luo. To wariwo gi masani no, to mane matimre sani, wanyalo timo nang'o. To kaka nyathino ne dongo manyako, mobed nyako mopong', mobed nyako ma koro romo dhi ode, manyako dhi ode. Mane ma bugni. To koro gima watimo en ni waketo ngima masani gi ngima machon cha, to koro wakonyore kaka jonyuol. Gima duong' moloyo en ni wawuoye weche 2-3 kacha mag konyruok kaka wanyalo kelo The Luo Girl into a picture masani. Bugni nondike 1949 gi Ominde. Koro emomiyo nobedo conceptualized in 1940s. To koro we are carrying it forward kaka jogo mawinjo story ma Lwanda Magere mwasomoga. Wan gi Lwanda Magere mane en the legend, to wan gi Lwanda Magere masani ma un go e udi, ma wan go e udi, vijana masani. Koro wa link giga up. To wawacho ni Lwanda Magere ne en ni miye spear nikech nogore physically. To Lwanda Magere masani be waoro ni gore physically adira. Koro nyako ni en bende walinganisha kamano. To nyako ni ka nonyuol 1949, odongo. To uparo ka joma noparo ka wasome last week, The Luo Girl ne wacho ni nyaka achiel ni en nowuotho duk, onge gima ne lich, owuotho duk. To kama owuotho duk to kendo kobet ting'ise ni bed maber kaka nyako. To en duk. To wachno ng'ama lich ni be onge, nikech oganda duto ne ng'iyo nyathi. To koro sani ka walinganisha gi sani, chuo masani, yawuoyi masani moko timo timbe maricho ni kipenjo ni ni nyako no orwako miniskirt, ni nyako no ni owe dende no and all that. To joma chon ka nyiri no ok rwak lewni. To kendo wachako walinganishe sani gi kata wach masani. Kiridri mwalo Eswatini piny ka, to nyiri ma inwang'o ka nitie gimiluongo reed dance. Reed dance ikawo nyiri ma johigni chakra 14 nyaka 16. To giwuotho awuotha ma onge gimoro kata tinde, to giumo matin. To giwuotho to nitie en miel, to en kaka wanyalo timo fashion show. To onge ng'ama gino lichne ni koro ni ng'ato dwa timo timbe manjore. Koro mage mwapenjore ni ta ang'o motimore ne wakoso kanye. Kok kamano kik akaw thuolo ahinya. Ang'eyo ni nitie jogo man kodwa ka to kwinj dhowa. Adwa rwako Kut to kode The Luo Girl officially gi dho ngere nikech buk ondik gi dho ngere kaeto wachako. Good evening members of the Ramogi Cultural Institute, and actually we call you your name, your proper name is the Cultural Champions. So today, once again, we are privileged to host philosopher and cultural thinker G.K. Ramoth, whose reflections help us move beyond words in deep understanding. Through his insights, we shall explore not only the experiences of the Luo Girl, but also what her journey teaches us about respect, identity, responsibility, mentorship, and the changing realities of the modern world. That is the key, the changing realities of the modern world. Because as our theme reminds us, we are the rhythm of our ancestral journey. Tonight, may we listen carefully to that rhythm through the voice, struggles, strengths, and the wisdom of the Luo Girl as the Luo Girl herself takes us through the book. Welcome to today's session, and I give it back to Ramoth Mondo Ramoth Orwak, the Luo Girl. Erokamano. Hey.
Oh, Anka, erokamano. Anka.
Erokamano. Yeah.
Kawa chako.
Teacher.
Ne
Okay.
gino to Mike gine matin.
Okay.
Erokamano. Erokamano kabisa. Luo Girl. In kanyo. The Luo Girl.
Antiere.
Aya, inyalo iwinjo ni in ready tinyalo chake mondo wawinje.
Erokamano. Juma mokalo nwasomo kasto nwatieko the second part of it. Kawuono ne wadhi at the third, in the school age, which begins from 6 to 11 years. The school-going age for the Luo Girl is characterized by its transitional nature. It is chiefly a time of useful activity, for it is the age to which society has assigned the duty of nursing, and young girls begin to end their nursing service during this period. The mother now transforms the free day of play activity into real work and mobilizes the potential abilities of the young girl for her traditional education. The benefit reaped by the family is a secondary result because the training given at this stage is part of a long process of education for married life. So far as the girl is concerned, the interest shown in nursing is more intense in the earlier phase of this age at about 8 to 9 years. With the increasing maturity of her mental life, the young girl begins to take an interest in the household duties of older girls and thus associates nursing with girls of a younger age. We therefore find among the older girls of age group a section which despises nursing. The general domestic work of the age includes collecting firewood, fetching water in small containers, and keeping the fire burning while the food cooks during the absence of the mother. Firewood is collected from round the village or sometimes further afield in company with older girls. In groups, the older girls may direct the younger ones where to find firewood. In groups, the older girls may direct the younger ones where to find good firewood, but most of the collecting is done individually by the girl herself. The quantity carried increases as the child grows older, and the container in which water is carried also varies similarly. When her mother is away, the young girl is responsible for seeing that the food already prepared is given to the male and younger female members of the family. Males are by tradition not allowed to dip their hands in the food pot, this being exclusively a woman's duty. Apart from these strictly utilitarian activities, young girls slip off at intervals to play with their companions. It is during this period that the male children part company with females and form their own separate playgroups. Those who continue to play with girls to later age are reproached. Although girls in the earlier phase of this age group do a considerable amount of domestic work, it is mainly an introductory it is mainly of an introductory nature. Thus, the mother cannot go away for a night and leave the young girl in charge. The errands given to her are simple and in accordance with her capabilities. Then a later phase of 10 to 11. Again, this is not an age of independence in domestic work. The young girl's duties are still limited by her inexperience. But now the mother concentrates on making the girl do more thoroughly the few duties she has learned. Two of mm, Two of the more important of these activities are fetching firewood and water. The mother begins to expect her daughter to make several journeys daily to the stream and at least one trip to fetch firewood without being told. If the girl forgets, she may be reproached or beaten. At this time, a start is also made in the preparation of adult food. Then we have discipline. The disciplinary training of girls of school-going age is theoretically a paternal as well as maternal responsibility. But in practice, the mother plays a much more important role than the father. It is against her mother that future blame for inefficiency in normal domestic duties be will be directed. The young daughter is strictly disciplined to prevent her from escaping the much cherished traditional education. Discipline is weakened, however, when the nurse is not the daughter of the woman engaging her. In these circumstances, the mistress, fearing to lose the nurse's services, tolerates behavior she would not countenance with her own daughter. In the process of training, the young girl is expected to be competent in household duties as early as possible. Mothers have frequently told me that the girls who begin household duties later than the school-going age are generally very inefficient in domestic work. Thus, in their early discipline, mothers protect themselves against future blame for poor training. Apart from the primary motive of training the young girl as a prospective wife, sorry. Apart from the primary motive of training the young girl as a prospective wife, the mother is influenced by her desire to make her daughter of a practical use to herself as soon as possible. The help from girls of school-going age greatly relieves the constant pressure of a woman's household tasks. This training also makes a girl observe feeding manners more strictly. In Luo families, a young girl is at the mercy of everyone except her younger brothers and sisters. And when disobedient, she is whipped with a stick. She thus becomes equally tyrannical towards her juniors when they disobey her. One girl told me that if her sister disobeyed her, she seized the child, knocked her down, and beat her. And this reflects the general attitude. Then nursing. Although some girls of this later age act as nurses, nursing proper is more characteristic oh Lord, of their earlier age. When she nears the age of 11, the
The
young
local, a loc reconstitutionalism.
When she nears the age of 11, the young girl rebels against nursing and runs back to her home. And if nursing her own brothers and sisters, she escapes to relatives out of. This break takes place as soon as the breasts begin to develop and is perhaps a revolutionary step caused by the growing interest in her body and in the opposite sex. It may be said that the loss of concern for her charge and concentration on herself is a sign announcing the emotional disturbances of adolescence. Young girls of this age now consider nursing beneath their dignity, and their revolt is encouraged by increasing association with members of the opposite sex who would disdain talking to a child nurse. So down there we have a photo of a nurse and probably the child she's nursing. Her name is Ayoma. Yeah. And then there is feeding. The girls of this age group eat normal adult food, at the same time as adults, but the younger members of the group occasionally have a little food kept for them by their mothers. The consideration shown them as children depends on whether there are others younger than themselves. As a child, as the girls grow older, feeding at odd times is restricted. The girl eats with the mother, while their brothers eat with the father. The mother of the family takes particular care that the brothers get some food, and even though she may go without herself, she sees that the children eat. Then, female education at school going age. The traditional education as utilitarian, its main aim is to prepare the girl for her future as a wife in a family and as a mother of children. The girls accompany their mothers or older associates to fetch water. The younger ones may be given a very little water in a small pot, usually used for milking. Larger pots are given to the girl as she grows older and stronger, the girls of 6 and 7 being eager to imitate their older playmates. A few of the male children like to go to fetch water with similar containers, but their mothers do not encourage them. The mother of a young girl watches her carefully to see if she is interested in imitating these activities before giving any encouragement. When the girl at the age of 8 or 9 expresses a desire to dig, the mother takes her to the garden early in the morning to let her do so, and she releases her about 8 o'clock before the sun becomes too hot. As stone is available, the mother teaches her child to grind corn, this being a continuation of the interest in grinding soil shown at play. The older girls of the group are instructed in giving gruel to the young children they nurse. In preparation of food, the girls first learn how to prepare gruel for the babies, but proper cooking comes very gradually, and they learn it under the constant observation of the adult members of the family. The food cooked is first tasted by the parents only. When criticisms are openly made and encouragement for future success is given. In this atmosphere, the girl slowly learns to master the art. It is not until she is thoroughly competent that she is allowed to prepare food for visitors. Um, Relationship with older children in the family. At first, the young girl grows up in fear of and with submissive attitude towards her older brothers and sisters. The attitude of fear decreasing towards her sisters as she begins more and more to share the same activities. Thus, by the time girls reach adolescence, there is a growing feeling of companionship which brings them closer to each other in their everyday task. In any dominating attitude, and any dominating attitude becomes consequently weaker. But among the boys, this attitude persists into adulthood, weakening only with the independence which adult life brings with it. Bullying is less noticeable among girls. Boys of the school going age become very tyrannical with their younger brothers and sisters, and their behavior lead to frequent squabbles. The attitude of a girl is influenced by the treatment she receives from them. She can be sent on an errand by any older member of the family. Thus, an elder child often passes orders to her juniors, since the errands in a large family are many and frequent. In this way, the young girl learns to avoid and perhaps to dislike certain members of the family. As she grows older, she is in turn exercises disciplinary action over those beneath her. Uh, Parental attitude. The father plays a rather detached role, but in actual fact, he retains a deep seated interest in his growing daughter as a future promise of wealth. Though fundamentally mothers are equally interested in sons and daughters, they have at this time more direct influence over their girls. A mother is interested in her daughter partly through her maternal responsibility and partly because of the girl's immediate value to the family. The father being more definitely concerned with the male children. Maternal control over the young girl is a very great and remains about the same when she reaches adolescence. Though at this time the father's control becomes increasingly essential in keeping the growing personalities of the family in order. Again, we have a photograph there of young girls. These are probably of the school going age between they're past 6 though, to 11 years old. These are I think I'll stop there.
GK, GK, GK. Amanyo GK mondo moderate kanyo kapok wabire, but aparo ni en gi issue kidogo mar GK, GK, right. Okay, so I'll just come in as we wait for GK a bit because GK, you said work. Okay. Um, it is quite interesting what the Luo Girl have read. Especially, I'm interested in the age-related activities that the girls are given, and it's quite interesting because by then there are two scenarios, three. Let me say three things that have been talked about mostly activities, and there are activities that are given to girls according to their ages. They are age related. They seem not to be an abuse that can be inflicted on them. And so, for example, they talk of a situation where the girl feels like digging. And how do we know a girl feels like digging? It means when the mother is back with Kenyans would know it as jembe or the hoe, Heoe, and possibly puts down there, then this small girl would take it. And remember them, they don't know where to, so they might even they can just plow anywhere with that hoe. They can use it even by the door. So it means they are imitating, and therefore the mother uh, simply desire that, or it you are showing you are showing interest in some of the activities that we do as adults. And so we are told the following day, very early in the morning, very early in the morning, they would accompany their mothers to the farm to go, possibly, just look at what happens there. They must take part in it, get tired, sit down. Of course, I really participated in that early childhood um, farming. Especially, we used to do cotton. So as young as we were, we would go, because by the way, sometimes there is no one to stay with you at home. Everybody goes to the garden, so you have to go with them, and it doesn't matter how early it is. So they would go. So the training starts early. The training on some of these activities starts early. But let's come to a more GK. Okay. Let's come to GK India. All right. I think the JK issue connection, but it's fine. No problem. So I'm interested in especially two particular things, and this is fetching water and fetching firewood. We no longer fetch water in the bush. I mean, fetch water mostly. Even in the villages, some villages no longer go to the river, because somehow we must accept that at some point, some villages have got tap water. But now, and also firewood. A number of people have just a minute, guys. I'm trying to bring in Ramoth back. But I'm saying, as I do that, a number of people use gas, others use electricity. And so, do we really have
Tena.
do we?
Okay.
Okay. Just a minute. All right. Okay. So, do we really need to train children to go fetch firewood? How? Why? Why would they do that? Do we need to train our girls nowadays to go fetch water in the river? No. Some of them wake up with taps. They just open the taps. They wash their faces. So, how do we connect this? And what activities do we now decide to train our girls in the current generation? Because those are some of the things that we cannot demonize them for not knowing how to fetch water, how to fetch firewood. Where are they going to fetch firewood? Remember, initially boys would go for hunting. Now try killing an antelope. They will follow you home and take you to jail. So a number of things have changed, yes, but it is important that we know that in the 1940s and 1950s, there were no tapped water, there was no gas, there was no electricity to cook with. So people used to go and fetch firewood in the bushes. The girls were taught how to do this in stages. They would never just be told to go. They would be trained into this. A girl would be trained. Remember, they say, when they are trained to cook, the first thing they are taught how to cook, number one, is the porridge for the baby sister or the baby brother. And then eventually they will be taught how. But remember, before they even do that, they have their own things. A number of people would be okay with the word kalongolongo. They play kalongolongo. They cook in small tins that they've cut. They play mama and baba. They learn to cook from there. And I promise you, sometimes you go there and you find they've gone to the garden and taken real veggies, and they're boiling real veggies in these small tins that have been cut. It might be interesting for me to mention that those years there were no plastic bottles. Everything was packed nicely in tins, in cans. So they would cut the cans and they would make proper fire behind the house or behind the kitchen. They're not playing inside the kitchen. No, they play outside the kitchen. But I just wanted to relate that story to us. But I would bring in Ramoth, and then I would have an engaging session with Ramoth as we continue. And also, I know the Luo Girl always have a very insightful input on this. But Ramoth, I don't know whether you had us, but please come in, and if you need any clarification, then because I know dropped a bit. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, which one of the gain on my side.
Yeah.
Giseo phone. Gi interchange. Uh, na drop sana sok na winjo te. So but no ka winjo te. Atie kanyo mokwongo. And it's very interesting mawachre, especially ki remove the opinions of South Hall called Ominde and see what is before us. It's very interesting. Katakaka gi describe gikuma the girl is going through, how she's growing, kako interact with the society. It's very interesting. So, kendo this concept now there's an official school, but even more interesting. Mane manyalo wacho sani telo. Bo. Mane manyalo wacho.
Okay, Koro, it's quite interesting kakiwache, no, because the Luo Girl is not only this journey we are describing here. I feel it's not just it's not only about the chores that this girl is involved in, but it is about gradual preparation for responsibility, identity, confidence, and belonging within the community. Because you are taught the things that happen in this community. You know, the traditional activities such as fetching water, collecting firewood, cooking with older girls, serving visitors. These were not simply labor, they were systems of mentorship, observation, socialization, discipline, skill transfer, character formation. So that, in essence, these, especially for me, the six things. One, that is mentorship, observation, because these kids only learn by observation. They see their mothers are from the garden and they've dropped the djembe there. They take the djembe, um, they just start plowing anywhere. They don't care. They can even plow the door in the house because they are young. But then that is why the mother now has to take them to the garden. The fact that they are taken literally in the morning to the garden, that is an observation. One, it's an observation, and two, it's mentorship. They are being told the door is not to be plowed. The compound is not to be plowed unless told. The place that we plow is the garden. So this child will grow up knowing the only place we use the djembe is in the garden, in the farm. If the farm is far, they have to travel a bit, they go. So it's a character formation, it's skill transfer. The mother is showing this girl literally how to do it. Now, I'll stop there because the next question we are going to ask, what next, because now in this current generation, um I had a group of young men and young boys I was mentoring, and one of them apparently doesn't know that potatoes come from the ground, because they go with the mother and the father to the supermarket. The potatoes are properly, it could be potatoes, uh, Rabwan. In the Luo, I know Rabwan. Potatoes depends on how, on the teacher. What the teacher told, that's also mentorship. You follow what your teacher said. When your teacher taught you and said, it's potatoes, you say potatoes. All along until you die. If your teacher says it's potatoes, that's what you say. Then you start arguing. One says potatoes, one says potatoes, and then you argue which teacher was the best. There's no teacher that was the best there. That's not your language. Rabwan. So then what happens is now this boy doesn't know that potatoes comes from the ground because they are so clean, nicely packed in a package, in a packet, and it's put in the shelves. How are you going to convince this child that potatoes come from the ground? I leave it there. The Luo Girl, I don't know whether you have a comment, and then we give it back to Ramoth for direction. Ramoth is the moderator of the program, so he gives a direction. The Luo Girl first.
I think I'm just going to say a little bit on what the read. There is this part where they said the mother trains the girl so much so that in future there is no blame on her. So that in future the reference of you're doing this wrong because your mother did not train you well, or the aspect of my yom come in, those kinds of things, because it's primarily her responsibility, a matter of discipline, training. The father is there, but not as much actively involved as the mother. Another thing, we are seeing a gradual change, and some permissions are now granted. Earlier on, their responsibility was to take care of children, or sometimes maybe to, play with the babies. But as time goes, that time they were not allowed anywhere near fire or a burning lamp or anything hot. They were not allowed anywhere near the pot. When food is left for them, someone else who is their nurse will come and serve them. But as we continue, as this girl grows, there are some permissions now. There is this gradual change that is coming with her age. Right now, she's left to, you know, she's left to chwalo match when food is cooking. When the mother leaves, tells her, keep the fire burning until I come back. Chakula isiungue, make sure you add water or whatever you need to do. If the water is over, if it all evaporates, stop the fire. They are allowed near the fire because it's safe and their age allows it, and the level of training they need at that particular time is exactly that. They are allowed to serve food from the pot to their younger siblings and to the male members of the family. Because again, dipping your hands in the pot, as we've been told, was something that was shunned by the community then. So this girl, as she grows, she is given not really more responsibilities, but responsibilities that are meant for people who are older than where she was before then. Remember, we're talking about the age of 6 to 11. Now, at this time, again, there is the aspect of going to the river. And at this point, she is expected to think about it by herself. Oh, there's no water in the house. I need to go and fetch 2 or 3 pots. There's no fire evening. I need to go and fetch firewood. There are also girls that are older, so they also again take guidance. But at this point, they are expected. Now, one matter that is strikingly consistent is their way of discipline. If she doesn't do what she was told to do, if she could have done it properly, but she just didn't do it the way she was expected to do it, there's the aspect of whipping and a chapwa. Something else that I'm not going to forget about is the aspect of what they were viewed as. All this and seeing cows. So if we don't train you well, the wealth is not going to be, the wealth has to match the training. So the father sits around and sees daughter as a prospect for wealth. The mother too sits around and sees the daughter as a prospect for not only wealth but also respect. Because if I train you well, you're going to make me proud out there. They're not going to tell you yom yom kameru. So it's going to be slightly different. So I think as we progress, the view now changes. Even the girl herself now looks at nursing, like Bedoja PD, as a job that is not meant for her. Because at her age, she should be feeding the Japidi, not her being the Japidi. And boys of that age, when they're interacting, you realize they said, boys will be looking at you like, what am I saying with a nurse? You're still a child nurse. So they view you as they are now giving, could I say social, or it's something age related. At this age, you shouldn't be doing this. Instead, you should be doing this and this for you to be considered mature and be able to fit in some spaces. So I think I love this stage because it's the stage where you stop being a child, like a baby. You're still a child, fine, but you stop being a baby, you stop being a nurse, you get to, you're transitioning to womanhood and getting more responsible as a girl. Thank you.
Thank you, the Luo Girl. Ramoth, I want to bring you in now. And I know you'd widen it. I may take part of a narrow, possibly a narrow path, but use it to widen it to how much you can. But I want to pose a question first, or a comment. There is a lot of this going on in modern parenting. My God, I would never allow. Open quote: I would never allow my children to go through
Telo maparo ni lwar. Giweya koro gibiro kuomi. One line. Ouda one line. Luo Girl. Luo Girl be winja.
Awinji,
Oh, so nado penji kiwinja mondo ang'e ka an malwar kose ouda malwar.
aparo na udai moluor.
Telo iduogo. Iduogo. Okay. Luo Girl adwa kwayi request because this part I did not hear. Kinyalo nuoyo the first just the first part. 10 letter phase 10 to 11 and the nursing part. Inyalo nuoyo.
Which part exactly? Mama Kika.
Kisechako, there's the first subtopic, a letter phase 10 to 11.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
The difference of like between imano difference ma 1 year and then nursing.
Mama 18.
Yes. Yes.
Nursing.
From nursing.
Okay. Although some girls of this age act as nurses, nursing proper is more characteristics of. When she nears the age of 11, the young girl rebels against nursing and runs back to her home, or, if nursing her own brothers and sisters, escapes to relatives out of reach of her immediate family. This break takes place as soon as the breasts begin to develop and is perhaps a revolutionary step caused by the growing interest in her body and in the opposite sex. It may be said that the loss of concern for her charge and concentration on herself is a sign announcing the emotional disturbances of adolescence. Young girls of this age now consider nursing beneath their dignity, and their revolt is encouraged by increasing association with the members of the opposite sex who would disdain talking to a child nurse.
The next one.
Adembele,
Mm-hmm.
feeding. The girls of this age group eat normal adult food at the same time as adults, but the younger members of the group occasionally have a little food kept for them by their mothers. The consideration shown them as children depends on whether they are younger. As the girls grow older, feeding at odd times is restricted. The girls eat with the mother while their brothers eat with the father. The mother of the family takes particular care that both brothers get some food, and even though she may go without herself, she sees that the children eat.
Mm.
Mhm.
Afinyalo tieko na a female education at school going age as the last one.
Okay. The traditional education is given by parents is strictly utilitarian. Its main aim is to prepare the girl for her future as a wife in a family and as a mother of children. The girls accompany their mothers or older associates to fetch water, the younger ones being given a very little water in a small pot, usually used for milking. Larger pots are given to the girl as she grows older and stronger. The girls of 6 and 7 being eager to imitate their older playmates. A few of the male children like to go fetch water with similar containers, but their mothers do not encourage them. The mother of a young girl watches her carefully to see if she is interested in imitating these activities before giving any encouragement. When the girl, at the age of 8 or 9, expresses a desire to dig, the mother takes her to the garden early in the morning to let her do so and releases her at about 8 o'clock before the sun becomes too hot. At this time, too, if a grinding stone is available, the mother teaches her child to grind corn, this being a continuation of the interest in grinding soil shown at play. The older girls of the group are instructed in giving gruel to the younger children they nurse. In the preparation of food, the girls first learn how to prepare gruel for the babies, but proper cooking comes very gradually. And they learn it under the constant observation of the adult members of the family. The food cooked is first tested by the parents only. Then criticisms are openly made and encouragement of future success given. In this atmosphere, the girl slowly learns to master the art. It is not until she is thoroughly competent that she is allowed to prepare food for visitors.
Erokamano kabisa. Ouda, nitie gima
Iwinja?
nidwa wacho, nitie gima nidwa wacho before jogi ogini.
Jogi otumo gi
Obiro.
iwinja?
Awinji koro. Wacho.
It's good no ni the Luo Girl osomo kanyo kendo nikech I just want to quickly kapok I want to connect it very quickly gi Ramothi winja? Ketna lwar kendo.
Maler.
Oh, okay. I want just connect it sami comment kata kibiro in to an awacho ni e pacha awacho ni even if the old tasks disappear kaka omo pigo, fetching water, fetching firewood and all that, the old task has disappeared, yes, but the girl is still here. The Luo girl is still here in their numbers growing up. How do we still prepare them for responsibility and adulthood in the current scenario? Because for me, the principle remains, even if the tools change. So the goal was never only carrying water or fetching firewood. It was teaching. They were taught responsibility, patience, cooperation, care for others, and contribution to the family. So, Ramoth, as you come in, how do we formulate today's values and still teach them in the household responsibilities in this time of social media and digital age? That's what I would want to, as you widen it up. But I took a narrow path with it. Thanks.
Kaka wanyalo puonjogi in this time. aparo ni nyaka wabed very intentional, starting with understanding why everything was being done the way it was being done.
Trying to
Iwinja,
awinji.
eh,
Iwinja? Yeah.
awinji. Mondo wabed intentional in why things were being done. Nikech kigolo the opinions of South Hall ka, there's so much happening. So much is happening. She's introduced to
The Luo Girl, iwinjo Ramoth? No.
Duonda olal.
No, Olwar. Olwar. I don't know. Kawuono ne ma jogi orido ne ngimane be gi network, but he's coming back. I'm bringing him back. But what GK? No, he's not yet back. But yeah, as we wait for Ramoth to come, continue with where he has left. There are a number of today's values that can still be taught for me through household responsibility, time management. Ramoth, are you back? Time management. And the most important one that has never been done is financial literacy. We are taught everything else. Everything else we are taught, except our kids. We leave school. We left school. I'm sure our fathers left school without knowing what financial literacy means. We don't know how to manage our finances. We don't know how to save. I'm not saying we in the sense of that I'm putting everybody else, but generally, kids, we don't teach. We need to start teaching our children financial literacy at an early stage. Some of the things you know now as an adult, I know all of us here. There is a regret you have. You're saying, I wish I knew this early, or I wish I started saving early. I wish I would be having my dream house by now. But nobody teaches you at an early age so that you can be able to start saving, knowing very well or putting in your mind that it's very important to put something aside for rainy days. As we wait for Ramoth, the other day I had a discussion somewhere. It wasn't my discussion, but I got in to it because it was quite interesting. But the question was, me at home and I work, and then December comes. And when December comes and December is here, as I bring in Ramoth, instead of going home with means that are a bit saving, like you save money in, but then we realize that we hire cars that we pay a lot of money every day. We fuel them. And then at the end of the day, you've used a lot of money possibly that you didn't have. So the question was, at what end? Because if I can use 100,000 because I've hired a car, yet when I go home without, this is not me saying, this is a discussion. I'm saying a story that was being told. So somebody saying, I go home without hiring a car and I
Taliwinja.
yeah, Kora Winji. I could save the money and I don't need to hire the car. So those are some of the things that the question are. It's about financial literacy. We don't learn early to save. Yes, Ramoth. The on give you a trail of thought me chakocha.
Winja dear. Okay. But as usual, technicalities and technical difficulties of the process. Aluli Winja.
GK, Iwinja.
Kora Winji maclear.
Right.
Winji maber.
Okay. Dimbele gi kami chakecha.
Now actually there's so much is happening. Okay, but only the girl is being introduced to firewood, to water collection, cooking. Can you remember we were reading about the Luo concept of fire, how they look at fire, concept of water, how they look at water. So Kigolo, the a bit more shallow ideas make the observers is really going through a schooling system with the water, with fire, with preparation for survival. And okay, it is not about Audewinja, Audolan. It is not just about motherhood. She's not being prepared for motherhood or being a mother. What I call a cartoonish look at Luo. She's just being prepared for motherhood. Because in this Luo system or African systems, a woman cannot just be geared towards motherhood. Because she is not, the capacity for her to bear children does not last throughout all her years. It is just a span of a few years. After those few years are over, she's being trained not for motherhood. This is a gross misunderstanding of the system that is being observed. And Nyaki, remember, even the women, they had a system of education. So when she's being watched with the food and stuff, she's not being watched so that she's ready to become a mother. She's being watched if she initiated the knowledge that the women hold. Because there's a whole there's a whole branch of knowledge that the women hold. That was their responsibility to preserve and keep. Because it was something money resonate just with them. So it was a whole like university, like education system that she was going through. So they're not looking at her just because she can prepare food. That is not the point. That is, and the part for nursing, where they're saying she's rebelling, Gyochon, she's rebelling because of interest of the opposite sex. Kirango, the Luo system of age sets. People are doing so different things that even this interest, okay, it could develop, but it was not the main way people were looking at love or relationship. Let me not say love. Love is more a modern concept of the relationship were together. So they were being trained into, okay, these people have the men's and the females, or the men and the women, or the girl child and the boy child, will have to control two very different types of knowledge systems that works nicely together. It really works wholesomely together. So Nyakagibed trained in how to hold these two parts and how it merges together. So the first part is how the two of them, how this knowledge system and the system merges and creates a third wave that is more powerful than the two systems aside. So this is what they were looking for. But being NISA, another education system has come in. It throws the first education system into a bit of confusion, or into self-reflection, or into questioning its purpose. So the context or mean comes from this other new system. He's looking at it from this other new system. The only problem is not the new system itself, but the purpose of the system and the prejudices that it holds or has within itself to operate. So looking at that, it gives you a very cartoonish idea of what is happening to this girl. Girl is really being to see if she will hold the reins of the systems, of this knowledge system, and if she qualifies to be part of that. So that's what they're looking at when she's interacting with water. There's a whole understanding of water in Luo. When she's interacting with fire, there's a whole understanding of fire. Even the grinding stone, there's a whole idea about it. It's not just grinding for food. It's a way of grinding the self until the character is really refined and can be used to cook something that the society can feed on. That's why you see she cannot be allowed to cook for visitors first. The other main thing is that as she's going through this, as much as the boys are going through this, but all go through a system where she's forming three very important things. That's where the rebellion comes from. If there's even a rebellion at all. Three things. The first one is self-concept. Or she's developing a self-concept. And this self-concept can get three legs. The first one is self-identity. How she perceives herself. To say that she's just doing this because of the opposite sex is really not to understand what is happening in this low context. So the identity of herself. That's why she's being given more responsibility. She cannot fake this. If she can cook, she can cook. If she knows the good wood that burns, or the wood that is smoky, or the wood that you burn when you want to chase mosquitoes versus the wood that is good for drying food, either she knows or she doesn't. That's what the mother is looking at if she's interested in this. The thing where they say she's going to the garden to dig, it's because she's in this. Because that is the refining process. There's so much knowledge systems that you have to bring together for that land to produce. It's not just because you dug it that it will produce. There's a balance of knowledge. So she's slowly being introduced to how the society works and the principles and rules that it keeps important, which form the values. So she's forming her self-identity. She's coming to self-evaluation. Usually they tell us, they call it self-esteem, because how you evaluate yourself is what gives you this esteem. So she's being brought up in this. And then the last thing she's forming is her self-ideal, who she wants to be. So she's looking at different models. And for this to work, she has to be put separate. So she can observe so many people, the mother, the sister, the other people, how they're reacting to her now, how her body to treat, which is the self-concept, concept of the is as juxtaposed to the society. Come on, would they do tomorrow before we go on? Oh, and just to answer the question that you had asked. Yeah, sorry. Gichako Kodakendo. If to answer this, the question you had asked, if you look at it, because we are thinking of collecting firewood, because firewood is to misunderstand what was happening. Again, if you look at some of the other cultures, they do this. They still introduce their children, even if it's a modern world, to the fire, because there's a conversation that they have to have with the fire. They introduce them to the trees, whether it's in the form of some of these places they have arboretums and just places where there are trees, and the children, even when they're going through the school age, that learn the different. You know, it is more us who are more, we leave everything behind because we are going to super modern. Like we're even more modern than other modern people. Like we consume all modernity in all its in whatever form it comes, even if it doesn't make sense. So they have places where they take their children intentionally. There's this insistence of going to parks, like literally the so that these people, and there's water places where they go, and they go to the beaches still. So the conversation with water does not stop because people have become modern. For us, it is everything stops because we've become modern, and everything that was being done is not important right now. It's just the swimming pools and everything. So the other people have swimming pools, but they still go to the sea, and they make it a point to go to the sea, and they still experience the sun and all these things that we are away. So we have to introduce that again to the daughters. It's not being done like that because it was out of poverty. There's a conversation, and you see, even if you look at our daughters, it's affecting them. If you see our young men, it's really affecting them because they don't even know how. Gikia can interact with nature. The closest thing than anything in this world, the thing that will interact with them every day, more than even the people you love, more than the people you value, more than the people you hate, is that cosmos. And that they have no idea about. Totally clueless. So that has to be instituted again, because like that you're creating an example. You see this on the road, especially on the road, and it is this. I've seen it from people riding these big cars and people riding these matatus. When they are through with their bottle of sugar water, which they are calling energy drink or juice, they just throw it outside the window. Don't throw it. These are aliens, people who are so far from nature. I don't even know what to say. And they do it confidently, and they are so happy, and they're sitting in their matatus, and they're coming to Nairobi or going to wherever, and they just open the window and throw it. Because that glass is supposed to just disappear. Or that paper bag is just supposed to disappear. Then you go to places like the slum or Nairobi, you look at, like in the slums, you look at the ground, it's all nylon. The ground is not the ground anymore. It's nylon. You clean so it's like, what type of people are these? They're advanced, yes, and they are modern, yes. Who are these? So by looking at that as poverty, they're really poor, because the way they deal with the environment is the worst of the worst. And the environment is the only thing that sustains you. You can't eat the plastic. But that environment that is supposed to produce is what you're polluting with these bottles and all these things. And they to me, I'm amazed. They don't even, George Gino Okugo Katawig, they're doing something extremely super foolish. Extremely super foolish. But they are modern, no? They have their phones and all these things. And Yeah. And it's not only the poor, it's the rich who also do it. Like everybody is just crazy.
But in that sense, even the description of the word poor is misplaced, because even if you say the rich with those big funds are also doing that, then they are also poor in there is something they lack, which is poverty. It's not about the physical weakness.
That's that's my point, because they look at the if they read this story, they look at the girl who is holding this pot. She's not polluting at all. Very efficient girl, super efficient, not producing waste that is not digestible environment. She is not, but she's poor and she's primitive, and some of these things are just amazing. It's just amazing. George, Wadembele,
Where,
before I get upset.
no, it's the thing is, now we've brought this thing to a, and that's why I said I've taken a narrow path with it, but I knew we would widen it, and this is the reason. I started by saying this, say that I will not want my kids to suffer the way I suffered. I'm not pinpointing it. We've been victims of this word, all of us, especially parents, because sometimes you look at what happened to you when you're young or what you went through when you're young, and some of them are not your making. Some of them are purely you were put through a lot of strain and pressure, and life put you through a lot of things, and then you decide no, I'm not. But what we are saying, and what I'm specifically referring to when I started with that, and especially the firewood and the water issue, is now what you've introduced. The girl may not carry water from the river in their heads anymore, but it was not just about the water that is carried on the pot, then gets to go be poured in another pot, and that was the end of the story. There was communication with water when they go to pick it up. There was communication with the leaves, green leaves in the bushes, nature, wild animals. We went um, hunting. I only had to know the how to treat the venom of a snake, because we would go to the bush with younger kids, and believe you me, they would be bitten by snakes. Which hospital are you running to? My home is in Miare in Ugenya, down deep. The only place you would go to hospital, and by Ukwala was a health center. They didn't have the venom treatment. You have to go to Siaya. So those are some of the things. So it's never about going to hunting. Boys must be strong. The Duar debate must strong. It was never about being strong. No. It was never about the carrying the water. The ompi pionge out. There was something else. And that is why my question is, and the omiem, the I only learned how to know how to treat a snake bite because I went to the bushes to hunt. You leave the home knowing one of you might be bitten by a snake. You leave the home knowing one of your dogs might be bitten by a snake. So you are prepared that in case anything like that happens. So it's not just about going to Luar. It is the skills, some of the skills are being transferred to you. And so I'm just supporting about what you've said, that it's never just about water. So saying ni nyathina ok nyal dhi omo pi aora is a good thing, because you have what tapped water. But do you know the relationship between water and life? You know, but maybe you don't just take it seriously. Do you know the relationship between boys going to the bushes and picking guavas and eating them without washing them? I know somebody might say, it can't happen in modern life. But those things had got their thing. And I finish by, by relating us to a story that happens every Christmas, every December. The reason why us Luos and Luhias, we would rather take 2-3 days on the road, Naivasha, let it be packed. We won't budge. We will get home. The reason is because some of us want to go and communicate with their ancestors. You want to go and take shoes off and walk from your mother's house up, going to your Simba bare feet. you are communicating with your ancestors. There is a very big significance. So we wouldn't care whether the roads are not there. We will take 2 days on that road in Naivasha, between Naivasha and Nakuru. Eventually, we will go home because we know we are going to communicate with our ancestors in different ways just by walking bare feet from in your compound, going to the garden bare feet, digging and all that. That's what takes some of the people home. Don't look at them and like, hey, jogitingo nyaka kombe dhigo dala. There are reasons why they go. Ramotha tieko gi kanyo.
And there's so much more to say, but I know the Luo Girl finished to it because this part is dense. It's very dense and interesting if you understand what is happening in the background. Luo Girl in Kenya.
Correct. The bell.
The beginning of specialist activities, that's where we're gonna start from. The school going age marks the period when male and female children part company. Young girls become increasingly occupied with domestic work, such as fetching water and firewood, tending babies and watching the fire, while male children of the same age continue to play in groups for a much longer period. Apart from herding, which is now less general than in the past, boys of school-going age have little to do beyond playing in gangs. It is thus very common to come across gangs of male children engaged in social groups. Because girls are occupied with their household duties, it is much easier for the boys of this age to go to school, causing less family disruption. With her time for play diminishing, the young girl struggles between work given by her mother and the powerful attraction of the play groups, from which her domestic duties tend to exclude her. Therefore, if she is to discharge her traditional task of education, her mother must labor to keep her daughter from associating with these groups. The girls' early training enables them to take on family duties at which boys of the same age will fail. For in their training for responsibility, the girls of this age are far in advance of their male counterparts. But the limited time in which the training must be completed has the effect of overloading a girl's going school period. The play group, the activities carried on by girls for 6 to 11 years old are continuing of those of the previous age group from 2 to 5, but the play more mature and better organized. The older girls assume the role of organizers of play activities of our younger sisters.
This older girl assumes the role of organizer of the play activities of her younger sister. Thus, the activities become more complex, and besides those involving the imitation of grinding corn, other articles of food appear, such as meat, fish, and leaves to present vegetables. During my observation, I noticed a tendency amongst the young girls at play to give female names to their dolls, which probably indicates that they identify the dolls with themselves. Thus, when I suggested male names for the dolls, they were rejected. In assuming the role of the doll's mother, it again seems clear that the girl identifies herself with her own mother. Girls may also be found playing the part of a mother both at and after birth, the younger being instructed and guided by the older ones. Boys be found in the playgrounds of the school-going age, but as they grow older, they're drawn away to the male playgroups. Now, we have 3 images One is the grasshopper trap, which is also called unga dede. And then we have a wristband. I think these were made by these children at their playgroup age. And then the last one is the pattern for the bottom of a basket, which basically they were making using grass or the papyrus, the reeds, but not really the polished material that was used for the baskets. So the groups themselves vary in size from 2 members upwards, though occasionally a girl of this age may be found playing alone. Weaving becomes more popular between these ages, and before the advent of thread, this was done by means of grass stalks, which were woven into several patterns. These patterns are still woven sometimes at home and sometimes at play. But although they have not totally disappeared, they are no longer much in evidence. Male children are sometimes taught to weave patterns by the girls. At present, odd threads gathered from old socks or rugs are used, while stalks of grass serve as needles. Age group friendship. The age group friendship is characterized, sorry, the age group friendship, which characterizes so much of a girl's premarital life, first makes its appearance during the school-going age. But at this time, it's a friendship in the simplest sense, and it is more like a coming together brought about by common interests. The main feature of this relationship is visiting, combined with moderate entertainment. After taking food to the young guests, After taking food, the young guests join in the play activities of the friends they visit. The parents also take an interest and put up with the financial burden involved. But the friendship established is essentially external in that it is established between neighboring girls of two lineages. Girls visit their friends in groups, and the relationship grows weaker as the girls grow up. It appeared to me that this friendship is strongest just before the advent of their association with the males on a sex basis. Now, lineages is the term. The term lineages refers to enlarged families with one common ancestor or founder. These may live side by side with the other related lineages. With the common ancestor and the branching family groups, the lineage structure appears as a root system. Root system ni ile yenye iko na branches. I think so. As a result of fights between the various lineages in the past, some may have been widely dispersed and may be found living among other groups not related to them. Frequent migrations have also tended to complicate the structure. As the interests in boys increases, the young girl's natural desire for friendship is fulfilled. Friendships with other girls are very much weakened by marriage and sometimes break up at the slightest provocation or misunderstanding. The lineal character of the friendship is facilitated by the social groupings of the people into lineages living side by side. This character is also assumed by the playgroups, which begin from the immediate family circle and widen to include other members of the lineage. Exists a considerable degree of friendship among male children, it does not seem to be organized as closely as that among the girls. Though I saw frequent examples of individual boyhood friendships, I did not come across such a highly developed arrangement. Moving on to the cultural pattern. Girls are born to a ready-made pattern of life, and they are forced to follow this pattern from earliest childhood. Oh. The school age period is the one which girls are especially trained to fit into the culture to which they have been born. A woman's life therefore tends to show great conservatism, even when civilizing influences have considerably penetrated. This conservatism is maintained through all the early training of the children and domestic activities are still carried out in almost the same traditional way. In contrast, we find that the male children between these ages have a greater degree of freedom. I noticed a larger variety of playing things among boys than among girls of the same school going age. Day after day, the girls repeated imitations of the maternal activities. It was also much more difficult to discover where a group of boys have been playing than to find a favorite playground of the female children. This was perhaps due to the difference in their freedom and movement. The occupations of the girls keep them large home while range over a much greater area. The sexual life of girls at school going age. While the sexual interest shown by girls of school going age is not as pronounced as in the succeeding age group, there is a period of transition among the older members who sometimes begin to take a great interest in romantic aspirations. The older girls, when talking to their men friends often tolerate the presence of younger girls, and although they are not always accompanied by them in their attitude towards younger girls is not hostile, as in the case of older boys and their juniors. Hence, it is common to find among adolescent girls a number of the school-going age. Girls nearing adolescence usually have a great desire to see the breasts come. They are therefore constantly touched and stimulated. The horizon of sexual relationship 6 to 11. Although this age group marks a period of separation for the sexes so far as play goes, it is also a time when the older members of the group of both sexes begin to take a specific interest in one another. The interest probably begins when the children, in their imaginative play, imitate the marital relationship which exists between adults. The imitation of a married couple then proceeds to the imitation of the act of bearing a child, and both sexes take part in this. Kalongolongo. But apart from these imitative games, a great curiosity is displayed in the examination of external reproductive organs. Among certain children, we find that something approaching a crude sexual intercourse takes place when older members of the family are absent. During the period when the crops are ripening, these older children, sometimes accompanied by disappear into the cornfields to carry out this practice. When this stage of development is made known by the younger children, who perhaps from the sheer interest report to the parents what they have seen, the reaction of the grown-ups is to reproach the children and restrict them from playing with members of the opposite sex. But it is only occasionally that such cases are reported. As a rule, children have such experiences when they are well out of reach. On the whole, the practice is not taken very seriously. The child first experiences restrictions of exogamy when she is stopped from having sexual interest in any other child in her family. For instance, she is reproached when found playing with her cousins. Her growing interest in sex then extends itself to the others outside the family. And through the orders of her adult relatives, the child is forced to agree to have no sexual relationship with those related to her. These restrictions imposed on the younger generation follow the lineal structure, and it is the duty of the adult members of the community to tell the child the social code regarding sexual relationships. Up to the age of 11, the child accepts restrictions as a being immature. The child's knowledge of the boundaries of exogamy is uncertain till adolescence, when it takes its final form. Before that, its knowledge is arrived to by two processes. First, the child hears of some boys from a particular lineage and gets in touch with them. Next, the adult members of the communities become aware of the existing relationship and set about to discourage it. The process is repeated elsewhere with the same result, a full knowledge of the boundaries of exogamy coming only with maturity. That it happens by this method of trial and error is clear from instances of marriage proposals being turned down between men and women who are related. A great deal of knowledge about sex is acquired from the older girls among whom the younger girls sleep. Male visitors from the homes of women in adjoining homesteads also provide an opportunity for learning the coquetry and customs of more mature girls. Although girls of school-going age are inexperienced, they are not despised on these occasions, though the necessity of keeping order in the room forces the older girls to eye keep an eye on the younger girls to discourage unnecessary laughter. The family and the school. Modern school education acts as a break in the continuity of education for domestic purposes. The school demands regular attendance, whereas the mother requires the labor of her daughter. For the young girl, the school provides a relief from hard and tedious work for the family and from her mother's supervision. It also provides an unrestricted field of association with other girls, whereas at home she would rarely have time to see her girlfriends. Thus, the school gives a very different environment. There are general tendency to become lazy among schoolgirls passing into adolescence. The school forces a parent to sacrifice themselves. Hence, there is no great keenness among mothers with regard to their daughters' education. The school forces parents to sacrifice themselves. Hence, there is no greater keenness among mothers with regard to their daughters' education. Okay? The majority of them ignore it or are actively against it. In most quarters, the desired knowledge for girls is limited to reading and writing. Beyond this, women have not been able to appreciate education for girls, and they often delay their daughters' entrance into schools. Thus, in lower primary stages, most of the girls are slightly older than the boys. Education for girls is also distrusted because at present mothers feel that after their daughters would not fit into the pattern of life into which they were born. So there's also a feeling that the traditional education at home would suffer. I think I'm going to stop there because we are left.
Ochopo kanyo. Ochopo kanyo. Ochopo kanyo. Nikech, there's a lot more, but again, I'll continue from kanyo. Nikech this part is pretty dense. This part is pretty dense and pretty important. So much Carlo. So much information, Carlo. Which this part I prefer we take quite a bit of time here. So much is happening here that is interesting. Oda. Wachie gimoro and then Luo Girl wach gimoro.
Ramo, this, like you're saying, there's a lot happening here. There is a lot happening here, and even the preparation, especially the preparation of this girl as she becomes of age. She even now, she's even developing interest in the opposite sex, or rather the boys and the male figures around them. Um, the one thing that strikes me is that the younger kids are allowed around when even if they are fiddling and playing with these boys. Now, I don't know whether this is a form of security. Is it an instruction from the parents that these guys, when so and so is playing with this, so you must watch for me? I'm just saying that. I'm not saying it happened, but I'm asking myself. is it a form of security that as much as they're developing interest already for the other gender, but there are limits that they can't pass yet. And so there are these, people who are pretending to be playing here their own games, but their eyes are somewhere, and because they are going to tell that so and so was possibly doing this. So these younger ones, are they a form of intelligence to the parents? That strikes me. The other thing that also strikes me relatively so is that these girls learn a lot of plays when they are playing. They play outside. There may be no adult supervision at times, but somehow they know the limits. The things don't go overboard. It doesn't end to get to a point where there are cases in the villages now. Oh, the son of so and so did this. And unlike we are in Watermouth, you are saying we claim to be modern, we carry big phones. We are very modern, we are very learned, we are very educated. But rape cases are in the increase. Very funny things are in the increase. But some of them might be not in the increase. I think some of these things are just being filmed now. There might not be an increase as such, but I think the world has opened its eyes through the phones and the cameras, possibly also. We may not also downplay that. But there is a sense of responsibility that I'm feeling so much. One, there are some intelligence guys sent here to be watching what is going on, and they report if something goes overboard. But at the same time, even as much as that happens, there are no, Ominde doesn't, unless he was silent about it, but Ominde doesn't, Professor Ominde doesn't report any, there is nothing is reported yet that might bring our attention to the fact that, okay, a line was crossed. So I want to stop there, Amot, but I'm so fascinated by the kind of intelligence that has been said around here. They're young, small ones, but they report back any mischievous behavior.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. And Luo Girl, give me do our and then we can continue on about this.
Mana Martin, on the interactions between the two genders and how they manage to keep things out of their lineage. And this is now with the supervision of the parents. So we drop. I'm going to leave the part where they make baskets, weaving, and the males are helped and all that, and just go straight up to the interactions of the genders. You realize people right here now, the girl, her physique is changing. She's growing breasts. They are playing adult games. They are disappearing into the maize fields. And the children in this stage, let me call them children, the younger ones, are used as, security. Let me say so. I think this stage of interactions shows the change in mindset, the change in general development, that is. So they're kind of stepping into adulthood, not just by assuming responsibilities, but now they're imitating bigger issues. Because if they start imitating intercourse, that's now a bigger issue. Whatever accidents might happen, and this is where the parents come in with, not don't stop, don't play these games, but they do not encourage these games within the family or within the lineage. Another thing is the issue of visitation. We told girls form a better bond. Women generally form a better bond amongst themselves before marriage. But these bonds are weakened upon marriage unless it is something that is so close, maybe like sisterhood or these age groups that you grew up with together. But as they get into marriage or as they leave home, you realize these bonds are weakened. Now, this social kind of, let me say, connection is not found amongst men at that age. That is on a comparative basis. It's not found amongst men. Instead, men wanaume kuna tu venye wako, they're not forming this very tight bond until later, maybe in their youth or adulthood. But with the ladies, they go visiting, they play together, they spend the night sometimes over there, they come back. Something that is disappearing right now, because with the trend we're having right now, if you go visiting your other supervision, the games that we used to play outdoors are no longer there, and it makes a completely, and then the stages of development, they're not viewed as they were viewed, because right now people are much more aware of what to do and how to approach matters, other than the formerly common way of approach of let us do this. They're preparing for marriage. Then when the girl begins going to school, there is the aspect of the mother either resist supporting it, not wholeheartedly though, because the mother sees her as a relief to the duties of the home, so that when she goes to the river, she has someone to leave the child with. And when she's off to the market, someone will definitely keep the fire burning and the pot keeps cooking until she comes back or until the food is ready. So when the girl starts going to school, it's like the burden is increased for the mother, while on the other hand, for the girl, the burden is reduced. There are no restrictions in as far as their social interactions are concerned. And they work at home, so they definitely start loving school, because it's like a resting place for them. It's a relief for them from these home activities, that and then from this constant reproach from parents and the supervision. So at some point you realize, like when you're growing up, I remember my grandma used to tell me, unapita, because you're still going to school, but in her perception you are at the right age for marriage, but you still there, you're saying, okay, I'm still going through high school, and high school is going to take another 4 years. But what they see is you've been trained enough. At your age you should be going and forming your own family. So the perspective really differs when it comes to the age of school. And then it's however different, because in this school going age now, when the girl starts fully going to school and coming home only at the times that are scheduled by the school, the father's opinion has not been given by the author. It's only the mother's opinion that you know has been outlined clearly as either resisting or not fully supporting because of the burden that has increased at home. But the father's opinion has been somehow skipped. Thank you.
Interesting.
Ramath,
This
Ramath,
is
before you say
very
something,
interesting.
Ramath, before you
Mhm.
say something, just on what the Luo Girl has said, actually somebody had asked that in the story we are reading so far, the father is kind of absent. What's happening? So I don't know whether that was Ominde's way of doing it, or because so far the father is nowhere in these stories
No,
with the girl.
George,
What's your opinion
George,
on that? Is a
no,
situation.
no, 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 no. Ominde is thinking like a European.
The listener wants
That's
to
why
know.
he's put.
That's
That's why.
yes.
That's why he's comparing. That's why you see in a statement he's comparing the girls and the boys. In an African context, you don't
Girls and
compare
the boys.
the girls and the boys. You don't compare. They're different. They're very different. Let me take that example of why the father is not involved. It does not say the father is not involved. It says he has keen interest in it. But at that time, it is the mother's domain to teach her. Because like I said, she's being taught into a certain education system. Him, he only sees the domestic work.
You mean the father?
It is like,
The person
looks
who
at
is
the girl,
seeing the domestic work, is it the father who is just seeing the domestic work?
Ominde,
Oh, Ominde, right, okay.
To him, the girl is just about this. Her world is about the domestic work. It is like going to yeah, but we are resilient. It is like going to school, and then you see pre-primary students writing with crayons, and then you assume that the life of a child is around crayons, because that's what you find them doing. It doesn't make sense. One thing that has been interesting about our modern world is how much it does not understand women. It really does not. Women have been given a new identity. They're just consumers. They're not protectors, they're consumers. That's all they're good for. You give them work so that they can consume. The reason why the fathers were not involved, the deeper and who and why a woman is. So take the examples gives that Ominde gives. Omi examples where the girls have a very specific orientation and the boys have a very specific orientation, even in how they play. Because something very interesting is happening in the girl. Very interesting. She's forming a self-concept. She's forming a self-concept, which is the self-concept is and under the domain of culture. What we said the other day when we were reading the Luo understanding of the human being and the human person is the human being understands this aspect of culture, the aspect of thought, the aspect of building himself and his community. The human person is just like you'd say, kakinyaloach or carnivores or herbivores. There are so many different types of herbivores in there. So it's the same with the human person and a human being. There's a difference. In Luo, there's a big difference. So if in these human beings, there are two of them. There's a male and the female. But something interesting is happening since when we started in the womb, we said that all of us are female at the beginning. Then certain hormones have to kick in, then the boy child has to come. So there's an extra step. And this extra step is where things like the womb and stuff take another form. So they do not develop into a womb and these things. So it takes a totally different form. They come outside and then it becomes a reproductive system that is totally different. But something interesting is that is in the womb. Born yet. No, he's not born yet. There's something there. Their attachment to emotions is also different. Because nature needs them in a certain way to operate in a certain way. This one will give birth, this one will never give birth. So nature is not that foolish. It is not that simple. Let me not use foolish. It is not that simple. So when they are born, something different starts happening. That they have to acquire information of the environment. But this, the female child has an extra dimension that just as normal human beings, the both of them, as normal human beings, their brain is developing, and it develops until they are roughly in their 30s to 40s. This time, that's when it stops. Like now, it has reached its full size. There's no more. The way you see somebody reaches those ages, he's not growing anymore. If that was his size, that's his size. And 6'5", and 5'5", and 5'2". No more, imeisha. So something is happening internally also, especially if we put the girl child in our focus. So her body is using the energy to develop these parts. It is digesting food, but it is growing the brain, it is growing the other organs slowly, and that takes a lot of energy. That's why it takes such a long time. It's very energy intensive. The cells are replenishing continually, others are dying and coming into it. So it's quite a work of art. But as you see with the boys, as they keep going, the more concentration is on their brain and just their body coming up, and then later it will be the voice. So the script is running. The girls have a dual thing that is happening now. As much as the body is using all this energy to create the different organs and make them grow and strong, and now a kicking comes in where now the womb is being prepared. A second process that the womb is being prepared. So it requires even more energy. Her body requires even more energy. That is what is confused, that girls grow faster. Not true. It is this process has to kick in. So the body has to work a bit quicker because it needs to concentrate on this, because now it is preparing the womb, but now it's also coming to a place where there will be this season. Now she gets a period, and then it goes, and then it goes, and it goes until for quite some time. So the body has to work out this calculation, and this needs quite a lot of energy. This is why it would be super foolish for the fathers to be involved, because they don't understand this process. It will never happen to them. Whatever they say does not stop or slow the process. It's quite irrelevant. It's really irrelevant. And if they were to do this modern to impose themselves into it, will only confuse the process. She needs the women who go through the same process and have gone through the same process, so they understand what is happening intimately. They're not forging, they know. If the father was to come there and start telling her, this is what happens to your body and blah, 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 he's faking it. And for her to rely in this time on fake information is quite dangerous. So this process is going, and the body is preparing to execute even more energy. Then it will reach a place where it will stop. She cannot reproduce anymore. Then it starts a whole nother slowing down process. Now the body starts readjusting a second time. We don't go through that. The men don't go through that process. And even it reaches a place where the capacity to produce the sperms just goes on until we are old. Maybe some might be weaker, some might not be, but this is all we do, is produce this. But for them, it's this consistently for years. The womb is built up, and then it is destroyed again, and it is every month. So that is why she really needed different education. And this is what you see the mothers were more afraid of. That it's not about the cooking. Again, that's why you see there was this idea of their weaving, because what their body is doing, that's why they're weaving the baskets and the patterns. They're being taught the patterns. What their body is doing is a totally different pattern than what is happening to the boys. Mm-hmm. So a way to bring those what is happening to her, a way to mark that as a calendar, is to do the pattern work. She's marking what is happening, because the body knows what is happening on a atomic level. but you can't explain what is happening on an atomic level. Even if the woman was to sit there and tell you, you would not get it. It is much more easier to express it. You see these triangles and these patterns and the way she's weaving this basket, because the way she weaves it will be different from the way the other one weaves it. She's doing her own. She's really, because there's so much happening in her. That's why even the orientation to emotion you find is very different, because the amount of energy that is needed and the amount of activities that are being reproduced and the amount of systems that have to work to do this is quite a bit. Interact and knocking against each other, and the energy level, the energy that is being done is she has to be fed some very special diet. Whether you see if they're pregnant, they're given special diet. After she's young, she gets special diet. And that's why you saw it was gruel, but now it's becoming more different food. And she has to be shown this food. The men do not benefit from knowing this food. Even if they know it, it does not benefit them because it does not interact with their body. But being that she needs more energy, the best way, the most easiest and the best ways to get this energy is through this food and plants. So she really has to know this world. So sometimes she might be feeling a certain way, and she's through the education she's understood that this is what is happening. Then what do we do? Okay, if you take this now, when she's with the women, that's how I was saying it is a school. If you feel like this and you take this does this, and if you take this plant, this does this, and if you take that plant, that does that. And even that's why you see you, and they are saying it reaches a place where they're eating separately. These
The
people are
boys,
eating a very
boys
different
with
food.
males and the girls with the females in the
It is
kitchen.
important. It is important for the girls to eat this different food and know it and be taught about it,
Makes a lot of sense.
because her body is doing something totally different from what the body of the male is doing. This is why I say this modern system is very interesting in how it teaches that it is teaching equality, but the equality is that the woman has to forget herself and be this thing, just this thing that is there. It's just equal. All it can say is it's equal. So it forgets itself and its specific and peculiar needs. It just wants to compete doing, and these people do not go through the same experience, just as human persons. So you see, like those questions, why is the father not there? You see, if you don't understand what is happening, that's what I mean. If you don't even understand what who the female is and what her body represents and what it is doing, forming the breast, having all these things require a lot of energy, and majority of this energy just comes from the food they're eating. So if you keep them in the same diet as the boys, you're being, it's more like it's you're being so unfair.
Are you, Ramont, a break, just a small break there. Are you trying to say when we used to eat with our grandpa and male guys in the duel, these people are eating something different from what we were eating? That's not fair.
That's the fairest way. I just explained. That's the fairest way because their body needs different
No,
food.
I get it. I understand it. I'm
Yes.
just actually asking for the sake of the people who are wondering was it that food used to be taken to the duel and all that, but others are eating in the kitchen.
It was really because of the respect for this ritual that was happening inside the woman. That's why I started with the question. Interesting thing about it does not understand who, what, why the woman is the way she is. They have no clue. So they keep pretending they respect her, but they really do not. They really don't care. As long as she does what. So that
Guinea.
is always the thing. Yep. Eduardo Gimoro.
No, I don't wanna. You've reminded me of something. Just a quick one. Kejaparon bende wasede maber. But I just wanted to especially on this diet thing. And my issue, my point is just to the parents, the parents of now, as parents of now. You've actually said it. I just needed to say that I won't mention others because we know as especially at teenage, as these people grow up, like you've said, they need massive energy. You've said it enough. Because the physical body is very important. It's changing. Bones are lengthening, muscles are developing, hormones are increasing, and the brain continues to mature. So this is why they at that age they feel hungry often and sleepy and restless and sometimes emotionally overwhelmed. So their bodies, as one of my teachers used to say it, that their bodies work almost like a construction site that never rests. Nyithindo gi chiemo saidi.
Duogo telo. Ni lal.
Yeah, so no, so but anyway, so I was just I made a cameo church and especially I was concerned with physical development because this is when bones, muscles, hormones increase and all these things. The brain is still maturing, as you said. Uh, that is why the teenagers eat a lot. I wanted just to make the parent understand that sometimes you feel they eat a lot, they feel hungry all the time, they are sleepy most of the time, they are restless. It's because their bodies are working like a construction site, and it never rests. So that is why they need a lot of energy, like Ramoth has said. So I just wanted to add that you reminded me when a teacher told us somewhere that at that stage the bodies are working like a construction site. The kitchen is being built, various rooms are being built, and it's also, to some, it's even a story house. It's going up more further. So yeah, I just wanted to make the parents understand why are these people eating like this. At that age the activity is crazy in their bodies. Yes.
Mm. They should usually like to look into the archives because there's so much we could talk about. Even if you think about the world of mm, the kingdom of plants as it relates to women and men is different. But there's this record of what was happening in the age sets. Because here he doesn't talk about age sets. Now, one thing I would like us to remember is when Obminde is writing, the culture has gone underground. The institutions within the culture have been changed. This is not Luo of 50 years ago. This is Luo that has met the crossroads, and the results have not been so positive. This is the culture that this girl is living in. So a lot has broken down. And new uh, new systems and new things have been introduced that are specifically targeting her. For the colonial system, she's of special interest. She's really of special interest. Because remember, the colonial system comes after the slavery period in Africa, several of them, and then the American experiment, where the people in the plantations realized that if you teach the woman in a certain way, she will naturally teach the children that that they are subservient, that they should be slaves. She will naturally teach her children to accept that role. So the people we are dealing with, the colonialists, they have this data. They have this data because the American experiment is already coming to a close. They've been doing it for a long time. So by the time we're meeting them, not like meeting them as the first time, but now they want to institute this colonial rule. They have so much data of what has happened in America and how you create a nice, good slave. And they realize that woman and keep her in a certain type of education consistently, she will keep producing more slaves for you, and you will not have to break the children. They will be born into this. They will be born into this. And especially if you have certain conditions, if you give her certain conditions, she will automatically create this. That is the other part where I was talking about. She's forming her self-concept. And the self-concept she draws from is very much a part of the environment. Her environment really, really matters. More than the man, that the man's environment. So you see from the observation, he's saying where the girls were playing. Because she really takes from the environment. That's what they're saying. Mother Nature, like trying to show it is like a female, the way it operates. So they really absorb from the environment. The reason why you see in this instance, the men were not so encouraged to be eating, and their energy output was not like the females. The females' output was much higher, so they needed more reinforcement in terms of energy input. It's because the men were being taught more how to not follow their impulse, not really follow their impulse to eat. That's why when they went to the river, they were not encouraged to do that. This lady, when she's going to collect water, she's not only being trained for now to bring it to the house. That's what Ominde misses. Or South Hall, maybe it's South Hall's idea. The idea is there's a time that is coming in her life to clean more than them through this menstrual cycle and this type of things. So even in the input of what her body is doing, just the amount of water she needs is way more than the one these guys need. By the guys, I mean the men. They don't go through this cycle. Because a large part of that menstrual cycle needs a lot of water. It's fluids. So it needs a lot of water in the mix. Water is not taken, I don't know, from magic. It comes from the body. So her body is doing something very interesting. That's why it was more important to leave her space and have these institutions where she could go through this process and learn all this. What her body was doing was not what the male body was doing. So this umbrella of equality, she's unique and he's unique. You're not trying to put them against each other. They do two very opposite and different things, which are important to support each other. But either one has to understand that even the way on a biological level they're reacting is so different to the environment. It's so different. There's something here they're talking about the age groups of girls. There's a song about the age group of girls. I won't read that. It says, the number of age groups uniting the girls of a village are more numerous than the ones of the men. While men groups, sometimes 5 groups. So they bring 4 or 5 groups of men of the same age, being one base, one winning period, which is 3 years, roughly 3 years. The girls who are born within 3 years, which means this year, this 3 years is called Tieng. It brings about girls who are they're saying it brings girls of one time. Let me just continue. Sorry. It says, consequently, there's quite a number of such law in a village. especially are still very young girls, girls who may not have their menstruation may get their own luwak. Another difference, the male luai, is due to the fact that the girls marry at a certain age, normally leave the homestead for another village. Age groups of girls consequently dissolve quite naturally after a certain time, even if a woman can always trace her age by referring to her age group. Initiation and duties of the age group of the girls are similar to those of the boys or men. An age group is created when the king considers it necessary. But the creation of such an age group occurs much more regularly because it does not depend on exterior circumstances but merely on the girls' ages. The ceremony of initiating is simple. After having done certain work for the ruler, the girls for consumption at the court. The name of work reflects the color of that cow. The fact that the cow's colors give it names the girl's age group is sorry. The fact that the cow's colors gives its name to the girls group is of course not without significance, for it stands for the same values as do the boys' ox names. They provide the girls with a social identity of their own, though not as individuals but as a collective group, a faction of society. The age group of the girls in that region have carried the following names in the 2 past decades. So he gives the names of the different age groups. But you see, this is what I'm saying. If you're looking at what Ominde is observing, this is a culture that is broken. It is not healthy. It is a sick culture. Through it that it has forgotten what it was doing. Because even these things were instituted at court. It was not just a group of them come, they are nurses, the way he's saying. So you see, even the Ruoth position that was supposed to safeguard this collection and give them a voice in the village as a group is gone. That is the first thing that they have dropped. So it's like the protective hen is dead. Now the chicks just wander around, and the eagle can pick whichever it wants in the name that it is educating them. So they don't even have a place where they can learn this. Because you see, the same, like I said before, the boys have institutions that teach them, but the girls also have their own. It's not like they're left to the kitchen. They have their own also education system. So as we wind up, Luo Girl, would you like to say something in closing, and then, or would I say something in closing? Or would I?
Aparo ni adhi gine mondo walor.
Yeah.
Hapa ni chenye naweza sema the read is getting interesting kaka wameenda soda as we move. It's getting interesting. We are separating roles, and very soon we are going to embrace adolescence and later womanhood. Again, we are seeing the role of the parents in the development of the Luo girl, and the role of their peers, and the role of even fellow children of the opposite gender. How they support, how they reproach, how they repress their contributions. Kufunga, I'm just going to thank our listeners for the day. We value your time. We appreciate you listening to us as we take this journey of learning about the Luo girl. And we really appreciate the fact that you take your time to be with us. And as we learn together, we hope to see more and more of you. Thank you. And sorry, and the Ramogi Cultural Institute for Luo Heritage. It's a nice platform to learn our culture. It's a really, really nice platform to learn our history, development, and basically, somehow I think we're going to be able to predict what is coming in. From where we came from, where we are, we will be able to maybe predict what we are expecting in the future. So for the Ramogi Cultural Institute, for the production team, thanks a lot for the effort that you put in making the program work for us.
Erokamano. Ouda.
Chief, Antie. Iwinjo.
What's it? Closing. Awinji go.
Anadwa ibro gone jogi oriti kaka igoyo gacha, but adwa mana wacho ni in what we've done for the past few hours ka wan ka gi jowa ma Joramogi ma olimwa ka. Aparo ni I just want to highlight that in finishing, this is what I'm finishing with, but I want to highlight some of the things that Ramoth really said. So in many traditional Luo homes, the girl child was understood as carrying a unique responsibility in society. That came out very clearly. So preserving family values, nurturing future generations, and maintaining social harmony. Because of this, she was often treated differently from the boys, including diet, mentorship, responsibilities, and social preparation. Certain foods were believed to strengthen her physically for womanhood, and even into motherhood and household endurance, while other older women closely guided her through the stages of growth. Now, fathers in many cases remained emotionally distant from the girls' inner world, not necessarily because they did not love their daughters, but because cultural structures assigned the deeper understanding of a girlhood to mothers, grandmothers, and aunts. So, a woman who was viewed
Hello there. Gidoni Wo. Gidoni Wo. Gidoni, you speak the nuggets of gold. But the kidogot I will give you to finish up. But in closing, Erokamano again. Kendo. We always appreciate you for being here and the same doing that you felt like doing, pursuing your own interests. Kikmani, you could have nitimo gikmidwaro. Audi Dogo.
yeah,
Let me let you finish. Nilal.
yeah. So I don't mana medo ni so I don't know akia kiwinjo ka wacho I highlighted gik miwacho about the father. Iwinjo gima wacho about the father, and church and fathers in many cases remained Rabothi winje?
Awinji.
Yeah, they remained emotionally distant from the girls' inner world. But it's not because they didn't love their kids, but it's because the cultural structures assigned that deep understanding of girlhood to mothers, grandmothers, and aunts. And I must finish by saying that modernity has changed this greatly. Today, girls live in a far more complex world. We have education pressures, social media influence, emotional stress, identity struggles, and safety concerns require both parents to be actively involved. So the modern father can no longer remain only a provider from a distance. He must also become emotionally present. So the lesson for modern parents is this. A daughter grows best when she receives the nurturing wisdom traditionally given by the women together with the emotional presence, affirmation, and protection of an engaged father. So tradition provided structure. Modernity should add emotional partnership. Ramoth mane matieko go. Kamanyo kae tawe ni koro igoni ni kwa Ramogi oriti. Eyo migoe lago chero kamano. To in moloya ahinya erokamano kuomi kuom kawo ga thuoloni biro kodwa ka chambuanwa gigi wapenjo giga yore ma simple ka wang'eyo ni ibro make gi deeper and quite understandable. The Luo Girl, thank you so much for taking your time to come and
Hello, Jogi. Get on your case completely. Get on your case. So, kidogo tabo me the opportunity. Okay. As I was saying before, we thank you for having been here, taking your time, the most precious thing in this world. Something that the rarest that we can never get back once it is gone. We can get money back, we can get people back, but that time, that attention. So we never ever take it for granted. You don't think you have to come here because you have to come here. There's no other option. There are so many options that could take your time and you could spend doing. But we really are honored that you spend the time with us. You are the message. You are the core. We are just privileged to deliver the message. I hope we do it with so much honor and humility, and that we represent you to the highest capacity possible, because you really deserve it. You're the elite of the elite, the ones who, there's a lot of things, temporary things that are being discussed in other places, but you, so for that we really appreciate. And even as we look at the Luo Girl, as George said, I'm thankful for the Luo Girl for being here, taking her time, doing the reading, changing the environment, changing the vibe, changing the voices, bringing a more softer, more comfortable, more comfort to the conversations as the reading of the voice. And this I could go on and on about this. But we're also thankful for the opportunity to be able to look at the Luo Girl in retrospect, and hopefully we hope that her value, as it was recognized before, might be seen again, and that the correct way it is looked at, not this way that we does not even give her a space to be and be the best, will be the best mother for the next generation and the best guardian, because she's her work is not just motherhood. She's way more past that. So thank you again. Thank you to the Mogi Cultural Institute for giving us this opportunity and the space and the capacity and the support. Hopefully they keep supporting us more in whichever way we need as we live. I'd like to thank you again. I can never say thank you enough, because it's from deep down. So again, Auda, thank you for being here also as the Luo Girl. Also, thank you for sharing these moments with us always, and creating a platform. So not from that, and continuous presence here to hold the space. So thank you so much. As we go, we wish you not a Merry Christmas, but a very fruitful day tomorrow. And I know we'll meet somewhere, in some way, in some connection, in some whatever. Just keep each other company. Thank you for joining us this time. Erokamano.
Yeah, just a reminder, if you have queries, you have anything you want to ask, or you wanna say something, the email address is down there. You can contact us at ramogimail@gmail.com. Thank you very much. God bless. Ramoth DJ wacho ni odwa
DJ
goni
should
owacho ni odwa goni 1953 kendo nikech magi weche mapek ahinya.
odwa tera mindset mar ominde.
Mar ominde mondi koro eko goli
Thank you.
Yeah.
Erokamano.
Okay. Erokamano ahinya nyikwa Ramogi. Koro wadhi 1953 DJ moro ni kawacho kamano. Erokamano.
wachako ni jeni nyamara utieng nyaraero nyando. Wachako ni jeni nyamara utieng nyaraero nyando. Yako bura unyolo nyako no tien nyaga dongo vera. Yako bura unyolo nyako no tien nyaga dongo vera. Otiengi dargi leti kirwako nyamara tichalo goda haga jeni. Otiengi dargi leti kirwako nyamara tichalo goda haga jeni. Nyiri wanda nono kionge nyamara jeni nyagi dori juma. Nyiri wanda nono kionge nyamara jeni nyagi dori juma. Bebo weni lake mokeu kasiri mo wajogo kisungu lilo. Bebo weni lake mokeu kasiri mo wajogo kisungu lilo. Neni roka kadonjo kasiri miromo nwagi nyiri kunya. Neni roka kadonjo kasiri miromo nwagi nyiri kunya. Jeni otieng nyaraero nyando. Jeni otieng nyaraero nyando. Waparo ila chanda. Waparo ila chanda. Ikawa nyakane wachopo kunya. Ikawa nyakane wachopo kunya. December, Christmas moronyo chioronwa. December, Christmas moronyo chioronwa.
dhamana. Mama hubeba maisha yetu. Mama hutufundisha njia. Mama ni faraja ya moyo. Mama ni nuru duniani.
Mama, you carry the weight of my life. You bore the pain so I could smile. Waukulega pansi sivulege gashe.
So my roads would open well.
Mama, you carry the weight of my life.
You bore the pain so I could smile.
You waited through the night, you prayed, Lord,
so my roads would open well.
Here's the Kenyangawe.
Mama,
I am proud of you, Mama.
See as a Kenyangawe.
We are proud of you, Ndofugazi Syabonga, Mama.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Mama. Syabonga, Mama.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, Mama.
When nungu mtombo wotando.
You are the weight of love.
When nungu moya wenu yetu.
You are the spirit of our home. Syabonga, Mama.
Happy Mother's Day.
Syabonga, Mama. Syabonga, Mama.
Happy Mother's Day.
Syabonga, Mama.
Izinyembezi zakho zawela phansi, kodwa kazange zibonakale emehlweni yakho. Oqinile uma sithuthumela, but never showed in your eyes. You were strong when we trembled. You were gentle when we failed. Mama, if I know how to love, it is because you loved me first. If I stand today, it is because you carried me yesterday. Ya mama tega mangi kumbulu tando lwako. Thank you, mama. Thank you, love of God. Happy Mother's Day. Wenungu kanya wetu. You are a light. Wenungu ngogoda wetu. You are a backbone. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. Mama wenungu msizi wempilo yami. Mama, you carry the weight of my life. Mama wenungu msizi wempilo yami. 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 Mama, you carry the weight of my life. Utwele ubushungu ukuze mama teke, waulinde busuku waukulega phansi, ukuze izindlela zami zivuleke kahle. So my rose ngicela ngisize bantu bakithi, ngicela ngisize ngililisele. Ngithi happy birthday darling, ngithi happy birthday baba Sekhaya, happy zalwa day muntu wami, happy birthday darling. Namuhla nilanga lakho uyakhula sithandwa sami, ngisizeni ngililisele kanti kuzalwa bani today. Happy happy darling, happy happy baba Sekhaya, happy zalwa day muntu wami, happy happy darling, happy 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 baba, happy 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 baba, happy 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 birthday happy baba Sekhaya. Happy happy baba, happy happy baba Sekhaya. bageti mbinderima Bantu bageti Ngilisele Nithi happy birthday darling Nithi happy birthday baba Sekaya Happy salwa dai muntu wami Happy birthday darling Melissa. mama. Yambala oyo solo. Bolingo yanga na yo ye nazanga te kede 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 bolingo yanga na yo ye nazanga te. bouger. Sakai? Ouais. Sakai? Oui, Sakai. Sakai? Balamamelo. Ah, c'est Paul. C'est Charles.
motindo ya weso Primo bapesaka mbote Segundo ozongi nsima Tertio osimbi motema Quarto oyezoba Oh oh monsieur Malonga Oh oh monsieur Malonga
Matthias, Coconut, Oxygène. Eh oui, et l'ambiance. Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit? Danser, 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 danser. Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit? Sauter, 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 sauter. Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit? Danser, 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 danser. Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit? Sauter, 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 sauter. Qu'est-ce que j'ai dit? Danser, 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 danser. Milizol Samukele Duba Samukele Duba Samukele Duba Samukele Duba Samukele Duba Obi misili banda mwana ya mama ngana lingaka yo motema pona lolangwango tala miso yokisoni makole bukani pona kozela yo nasengi obomba ngai na motema ngai banda te mwana ya mama ngana lingaka yo kelima yoka nalingise obomba na se ya motema pona lolangwango tala miso yokisoni makole bukani pona kozela yo nasengi obomba ngai na motema ngai mandate Songa 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 mama, songa 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 vengi, vengi, ngana leli mama, malwa vengi, mon amour. Songa 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 mama, songa 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 vengi, vengi.
Mama na bana ngana linganga yona mutime. Mama na bana ngana linganga yona mutime. Ngana linganga yona mutima kasukula kisangamba ndate. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Chérie maklo mona ya mama. Mama. Komona yo etatolinga motema. Mama. Pesanga permission. Oh maklo, natonga mboka nanga na motema mwayo. Molingo na pisa eumela. Maklo ketwa munuye. Maklo ketwa munuye. Mama na panda ngana linga kayo na mutime. Mama na panda ngana linga kayo na mutime. Ngana linga kayo na mutima kasikola kisangamba ndate. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kusansumuka. Sasa shimika. Eso gustas. Chaku 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 baba. Chaku baba. Didi ngoma. Didi ngoma. Omoni kuzete. Pesa, 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 pesa tu, pesa, pesa bus, pesa, pesa, pesa. Takwa mama, takwa kumafu, takwa ku, gana kukuya be, takwa kumafu, takwa ku, takwa mama, takwa kumafu, takwa ku, gana kukuya be, takwa kumafu, takwa ku, takwa mama, takwa kumafu, takwa ku, gana kukuya be, takwa kumafu, takwa ku. Dani kisema, obati mundana. Bana kaonele, shimika tikino wote. Deni de bachai, deni nani yula. Lukasa ya mbongo. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kusansumuke. Pesa, pesa, pesa tu, pesa, pesa bus, pesa, pesa. analingaka yo mingi mame mame nabazue mame analingaka yo mingi mame mame namutime mame analingaka yo mingi mame mame. Mama na bana ngana lingaka yo na mutime. Mama na bana ngana lingaka yo na mutime. Ngana lingaka yo na mutima kasibula kisangamba ndate. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Chérie maklo mwana ya mama. Mama. Komona yo etatolinga motema. Mama. Pesanga permission. Oh maklo, natonga mboka na nga na motema mwayo. Molingo na biso eumela. Maklo ketwa munuye. Maklo ketwa munuye. Mama na bana ngana lingaka yo na mutime. Mama na bana ngana lingaka yo na mutime. Ngana lingaka yo na mutima kasikola kisangamba ndate. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kusansumuka. Eba. Ça c'est chimique. Et surtout ça. Chaku baba. Chaku baba. Didi Ngoma. Omoni kuzete. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kutomboka. Ama mana kuyama be. Ama mana kusansumuke. Analingaka yo mingi mame mame Nabazue mame Analingaka yo mingi mame mame Namutime mame Analingaka yo mingi mame mame
Engobila, Berko,